Obviously, he was winning Champions Leagues, and he was public quite accepted that 100 football fans, Phil said, being definitely be a huge plus.
He starts tonight. Our attention to the other quarter-final.
The game, 4 problems for Julian Nagelsmann, health over the last couple of months. Also, Davis does Leon Goretzka, who with a goal, just take with his alongside Kimmich. Main bit of headline. The 3 in this season.
Media was certainly on. Deep line midfield player. Sure enough, he is. Ski will be key, of course. Champions tonight. It's the 40-goal mark. Positions and says playing as more.
Ruthless.
And we already knew that to Bayern.
Well, let's hear. Since 2000, Unai Emery knows his
aprendizaje también
helped us go beyond. We are a surprise. So in theory, any options. Ability. Play a perfect match.
Preparamos para hacer un
in the Champions League, Juventus in the getting on in our.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to struggle for next season. Not really been able to impact the six behind. Had a few injuries along Moreno's absence. Huge players for and really of this team. Disappointing, but as we've said, they need to, as they last round, but they've lost the last two, three of the last four. Beaten run prior to.
And John, a year ago, Championship Player of the Month. Finals.
Yeah, he doesn't. You know, he does say right up there against, and that he feels he's. So you know, in terms of, he's not the Juventus game, and they really focus, of course, on him. Moreno in what. As well, such a clever player who can get, and they've got the solid Capu and Danny Paredes, and they know how they have to be such a in the program. This is this season in the competition, range game in the groups. In Bergamo, and the Atalanta game was through at the expense of the Italian. Not many gave them game. I always thought they did have a chance. They're going over in them.
And what the sunsets in Spain?
At the ceramic town, and after heroics in the desperate to go scalp tonight, they were for scalp for Villarreal. The final last season, take down by a Munch.
To you shortly, you're listening from the Champions League app. North America, we're about quarter-final time.
Danjuma and Gerard Moreno. Problems in recent months, but there's returns after 4 months. Upamecano, Davis at the back, Goretzka in midfield, Muller and Gnabry play just behind the competition.
Tonight, remember to keep tweeting using the hashtag and Real Madrid in touch. Chris says Messi's been able to do Mateo Kovacic. There are many coming in. Hashtag a real close.
From that's why it's a moment to start. You know, with Reece James, we were forced 3 matches in national break, and the 2 are back, and we hope they have the physical game. We want to play an intense game.
Yeah, Reece basically full now. The players are in the crucial. Reece James coming back at this time.
It's a lot. I mean, he is an intensity, those 2 words. So to have one of them back in Reece James this evening is a big boost, and him against Ferland Mendy is going to be one of the key battles, I think, at Stamford Bridge tonight.
Thibaut Courtois greeting some of his former teammates in the tunnel. There was a poker face from Rudiger and Christensen as they greeted their former Chelsea teammate. Switch back to 3 at the back, 4 at the back for the Brentford defeat of the weekend. Phils, how crucial is that, do you think, for Thomas Tuchel tonight?
Yeah, it's notable. I think it does come down to the availability, really, of Reece James. As Chris was saying, if he and Chilwell are available, that is the way that Thomas Tuchel prefers to play. And when he doesn't have either of them, as has been the case recently, they've been so important that he's had to change the system, I think, to fit the personnel that he does have available. It's always interesting, isn't it, a game of this magnitude when you look at the team, because effectively this is the strongest side that he feels he has available, because you have to pick your best team for a match like this.
I'm just looking at the Chelsea bench, though, Rob. Kovacic, Lukaku, Werner, Loftus-Cheek, Saul, Ziyech. That's some serious talent there for Chelsea. If the first 11, in Thomas Tuchel's eyes, aren't quite doing the business as the teams walk out, and there is not a spare seat at Stamford Bridge this evening. Yeah, well, the supporters down one end of Stamford Bridge are holding gold, silver and blue flags. It's creating quite the scene at one end, and a huge banner which has the outline of Old Big Ears, the Champions League trophy itself, a reminder to the opposition and perhaps to everyone watching around the world that Chelsea are the defending European champions. Chelsea in all blue, and Real Madrid have made their way out to the tunnel as well. They line up on the halfway line for the one and only Champions League anthem.
standard, and Bayern Munich will follow them in departing as a giant out of this competition.
John, thank you. An update from John throughout the course of the evening from Villarreal versus Bayern. You can tune in not only on UEFA.com but also on the Champions League app, and we have our listeners across North America on Sirius XM FC. I'm Rob Daly. We want your messages. Hashtag Matchday Live. Let us know where you're listening from in the world. So many people got in touch for the drama last night. Hashtag Matchday Live on Twitter. That's the best way to get in touch with us. But now it's time for the main event from the west of London as the European champions take on the record many times European champions Real Madrid. Chelsea are the hosts, and your commentary team are Chris Parrott and Phil Blacker.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, the supporters have certainly responded, haven't they, to Thomas Tuchel's rallying call. Can his team do likewise on the pitch, or will Real Madrid, as they so often do historically, rise to the big occasion again? Familiar rivals, these two, proven pedigree in the competition, running right through both of the sides. An intriguing tactical tussle potentially in store in this finely balanced first leg. Quick reminder of the lineups: Mendy in goal, Christian, Santiago Silva and Antonio Rudiger the back three for Chelsea. Conte, Jorginho and Mason Mount in the middle, with James and Azpilicueta providing the width. Havertz and Pulisic up front. Courtois in the Real Madrid goal, Carvajal, Militao, Alaba and Mendy the back four. Modric, Casemiro and Kroos. Valverde brought into the team today. He and Vinicius Jr. provide the support to Karim Benzema in the side picked by Carlo Ancelotti, who is at Stamford Bridge today. That was in doubt until earlier in the day. Only flew in at lunchtime after receiving a negative COVID test result this morning. He takes charge of his side at the club where he spent 2 years and of course won a domestic double with Chelsea in his first season at Stamford Bridge. But it will be the Blues who will get the action underway here very shortly on the say-so of referee Clement Turpin, as the players and officials all take a knee ahead of kick-off to underline the message that there is no room for discrimination. So it will be Chelsea to get the action started here, then the first leg of this quarter-final in the blue shirts, blue shorts and white socks. Real Madrid in the all-white, and we are off and underway at Stamford Bridge on UEFA Champions League at Matchday Live. Fascinating tactical tussle, Chris Parrott, in store here between two of the European heavyweights.
Yeah, it's quite strange to see Real Madrid in the blue socks, right? It's almost as if Chelsea thought, we're not going to let you have your all-white kit that we're so used to seeing. We're wearing white socks, we're the home team. You're going to have to adapt. But here's Reece James immediately into the game.
Slipping the ball towards Mason Mount down the right-hand side, who will deliver the cross. First time into the penalty area. The heart of the Real Madrid defence. Pulisic was trying to arrive and almost made something of that.
Fantastic ball. And that is where the criticism, I think, comes of Chelsea not having an out-and-out goal scorer and playing with perhaps Kai Havertz as a central striker, sometimes a false nine, sometimes just as a central striker, but no one really attacked that ball, and it was very inviting. Had someone made their move to the 6-metre box, they probably would have scored. It was a fantastic cross on the right-hand side.
Very positive start from Thomas Tuchel's team, who win it in midfield again through Mason Mount, and now Christian Pulisic has Casemiro snapping at his heels. Finds Cesar Azpilicueta, who's filling in on the left-hand side for Chelsea. The captain, a goal scorer in the previous round against Lost Lille. Antonio Rudiger was a goal scorer here at the weekend against Brentford, put them in front. Who would have thought early in the second half at that stage that they would end up beaten by 4-1 after the remarkable run that they have been on? But the immediate opportunity to put that behind them is perhaps the reason that minds might have wandered a little bit at the weekend, such is the magnitude of this meeting against Real Madrid, who are just enjoying perhaps their first little period of possession inside their own half right now.
And I think if anything channels the mind and sharpens the mind, I think a loss like that will have done so. Thomas Tuchel did not want to lose the game. They're still not absolutely assured of a top 4 finish in the English Premier League, but I think if anybody was getting ahead of themselves, that result will have just focused things ahead of this match, and it's been a positive start. One interesting thing, when Chelsea had the ball, Karim Benzema led a one-man press, and he turned around and he sort of said to everyone, well, where were you following me? I would expect Carlo Ancelotti was happy that Luka Modric and Casemiro and Toni Kroos didn't follow him, but clearly the message had not got through to Karim Benzema, who was upset that he didn't have any help in trying to hunt down and win the ball.
Most of his touches so far have been from a pretty deep position, round about halfway. Chelsea have won it back in advanced territory through N'Golo Conte here, playing the pass wide on the left-hand side for Azpilicueta, who was level with the edge of the Real Madrid penalty area when he received the ball. They go back through Antonio Rudiger to Andreas Christensen. There was a slight doubt ahead of the game, having remained on the bench at the weekend. He tries to play the pass up towards Mason Mount, who couldn't make it stuck. Mount will continue to apply the pressure, though. Ferland Mendy falls back to Thibaut Courtois, who gets a little bit of a reaction from his former club supporters.
Yeah, I think he did say publicly, didn't he, yesterday, I hope they don't boo me. And I think he's got the answer inside the opening 3.5 minutes. But terrific servant for Chelsea, and he's having a fantastic season at the Bernabeu. Certainly in the discussion of who is the best goalkeeper in the world right now.
Benzema taking a lot of the plaudits this season for Real Madrid, but Courtois equally important to the campaign that they've been having. This is Ferland Mendy. Promising spell for Real Madrid, midway inside the Chelsea half of the field. Casemiro trying to tee one up, and then the shot from distance is from Eder Militao, and it's comfortably gathered up, diving to his right by Edouard Mendy.
4 minutes played in Spain. Villarreal buying goalless, John Bradley.
Yeah, almost a moment of concern for Bayern. Robert Lewandowski, of all people, about 25 metres from his own goal, gave the ball away, and but for a good piece of defensive work at right back, Francis Coquelin would have released Giovanni Lo Celso. But a bit of a let-off for Bayern there. It wasn't where Robert Lewandowski wants to be, but they're on the attack now, and they're inside the penalty area. It's rolled across towards Kimmich. That's a good block to get the ball away. Still 0-0 here, Rob.
Chelsea on the attack at Stamford Bridge with Kai Havertz into the penalty area, trying to get his shot away on the left foot. David Alaba was the defender, preventing him from having a clear sight of goal. It all came actually after a Real Madrid attack at the other end, which threatened to get Benzema away. They were unable to profit from that. N'Golo Conte played a long ball over the top of the Real Madrid defence. It fell favourably for Havertz, who was able to bring it under control, but wasn't able, Chris Parrott, to trouble the target with a shot that followed over the crossbar.
Yeah, it was a chance. He had a lot of the goal to aim for. Good defending, but how good was that from Conte, who seems to always win the official man of the match. And he shrugged off Benzema, who was looking threatening, and then looked up, and a perfect ball over the top for Havertz. He is he's some player, N'Golo Conte, and that was magnificent. It's been a very entertaining opening 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, really open stuff so far. Real Madrid will need no reminder of the abilities of N'Golo Conte. He was man of the match, as you alluded to, in both legs, I think, of the semi-final, wasn't he, last season? Has had his injury issues this time around. It's only his 5th appearance, actually, of this season's Champions League, but when fit and available, he certainly starts for Thomas Tuchel, and he has started hugely impressively so far this evening. Azpilicueta waiting to take the throw, almost level with the edge of his own penalty area, just advances a few metres down that left touchline before taking the throw, where Conte is beaten in the air by Toni Kroos. Luka Modric trying to get a touch to it. Casemiro now skips past one challenge, but not that of N'Golo Conte. And Real Madrid forced back into their own half to maintain possession, which is picked up on the halfway line by Toni Kroos. He will spread it from left to right. Dani Carvajal over on that far side of the field. Coming back into the team today, Lucas Vazquez deputised at right back against Celta Vigo on Saturday. That 2-1 win, which sees them maintain a 12-point lead at the top of the Spanish Liga. Down goes Vinicius Junior under the challenge of Andreas Christensen, just inside the Chelsea half, and it will be a Real Madrid free kick, which Kroos will take pretty quickly. To his left is Karim Benzema, just in from the touchline, reverts back into his own half again, with David Alaba bringing up the century in the Champions League, his 100th appearance in this competition today. Kroos comes under pressure from N'Golo Conte, too much pressure according to Clement Turpin, the French referee, vastly experienced referee, who has given the free kick in Real Madrid's favour here. There might be further punishment for N'Golo Conte. He was late.
Yeah, it was marginal though, right? It's a split second away from the challenge being fair, and then Chelsea being in.
Taken quickly, Real Madrid almost in. It just skips away from Federico Valverde though, which enabled Mendy to come and take it off him. There was no card, just a lengthy lecture for N'Golo Conte. Mendy had just about time to take a touch inside his own penalty area as he was closed down by Karim Benzema. Rudiger plays that one forward in towards Kai Havertz, and this time it's going to be a Chelsea free kick for the challenge on the German, who has such an important role to play in this side. But it's in wonderful form right now, 6 goals in his last 9 appearances for the club.
Yeah, I liked how he missed a couple of really good opportunities against Brentford, but Thomas Tuchel straight away came out. He's playing against Real Madrid. You know, Romelu Lukaku's name doesn't get mentioned that much anymore. He is second choice. He's on the bench. We might see him tonight, but Kai Havertz's role at the moment. And the one thing we can say from the opening 8 minutes is that Real Madrid are definitely more progressive and attacking, while still being compact than they were against Paris Saint-Germain. They are posing more of a question to the Chelsea defence than they did at the Parc des Princes in the first leg of the last 16.
Yeah, much more attacking intent evident already, isn't there, in the first 8.5 minutes here from those in white, who have it on the halfway with Benzema taken off Toni Kroos in the centre circle, though, by Mason Mount. Did well to win it, works the 1-2 with N'Golo Kanté, who's going to leave it as Mount for Reece James, and he just shimmies away from Casemiro. Kanté's continued his run up to the corner of the penalty area to keep the ball in play. Mason Mount in field to Jorginho. It threatened to open up for him as the Italian advances to the edge of the penalty area, finds Kanté on the right edge of the box now. This is Mason Mount again, back to N'Golo Kanté. He's got about 3 defenders around him. Deflected cross into the penalty area is stabbed clear, where Jorginho will rise to try and win it in the air. Got something on it, couldn't control it. Luka Modric helps it clear, but only as far as Antonio Rudiger. And now Azpilicueta. Chelsea still in possession midway inside the Real Madrid half, but again the visitors are pressing well, and Benzema now is able to bring it clear and works it really well here. It might open up for Valverde. He will slip it to his left. Vinicius Junior time to set himself on the right foot and slams the shot against the crossbar. A big chance for Real Madrid. It might not have counted inside the first 10 minutes, though, and it came from the pressure inside their own half. The ball breaking for Benzema. He played the ball first time infield, and Vinicius Junior with a clear sight of goal thanks to the slip by Christensen. But it's off the bar with Mendy beaten, and it stays at 0-0.
Well, we nearly had the first goal in England, but we've had the first goal in Spain. Your commentator is John Bradley.
That's nicely played, and Gerard Moreno now on this near side. The Villarreal right has support alongside him. Foyt arriving. That's a good ball down towards the byline. And pull back the shot. It's in! Turned home a little bit inadvertently, but Danjuma was there after the initial strike from Lo Celso. Wasn't cleanly hit, but what a start for Villarreal. Inside 7.5 minutes, it's Villarreal 1, Bayern München 0.
Chelsea on the attack at Stamford Bridge as they go in pursuit of the opening goal, having seen Real Madrid come so close to scoring it here. No way through for Mount, but a chance taken by Ferland Mendy, and unnecessarily really keeping the ball in play on the byline. In the end, he has conceded the corner kick and invited a little further pressure. It's a really good start to the game, Chris Parrott.
It's frantic. It's exactly what we were hoping for, really. I wasn't sure we were going to get it, but in the teeming rain, it is zipping along this match. Mendy took an almighty gamble there, and Chelsea scored from this corner. He will get a few glares, I'm sure, from his teammates and his coach.
Mason Mount to take, does so right-footed from the right-hand side, cleared out as far as Pulisic on the edge of the penalty area. Left-footed shot, always drifting wide, though.
Thanks, Phil. OK, let's go to Spain, where Villarreal, John Bradley, have got that dream start.
Yeah, we focused on Giovanni Lo Celso and his ability to get in between the lines and create chances. It's exactly what happened with a lovely break down the right-hand side, pull the ball back. Danny Parejo miscued his shot, but miscued it straight into the path of Arnaud Danjuma. 6th goal in this season's competition, and Villarreal really looking dangerous going forward as well. Moreno down this right-hand side is having lots and lots of joy. Bayern at the moment just look a little bit shell-shocked.
OK, thank you very much, John. So updates from John Bradley from Spain, where it's rocking there by the sounds of it. Villarreal 1, Bayern 0. Still goalless at Stamford Bridge, but a lively start and a notable chance for Real Madrid, of course, Phil.
Yeah, very lively start, Rob, in these first dozen minutes. Vinicius Junior on the ball. Here is the man who's come the closest so far, with his effort thudding off the crossbar. He has forced a corner, I think, here. He feels he's forced a corner here against Christensen, but the decision has gone the other way. The Brazilian heavily involved right now.
Yeah, I've just seen a replay of that move, and the pass from Benzema is just a little, just allowed the move to commence, and eventually the chance. And Champions League quarter-final, I think Carlo Ancelotti will be thinking that Vinicius Junior should have taken it, and the way he's played for most of this season, you would have expected him to have scored and Madrid to have had the lead.
Averaging a goal every other game in the Spanish Liga so far, 14 in 28 for Vinicius Junior. Just a couple in the Champions League, competition in which Karim Benzema has 8 in 7 for Real Madrid this season. Luka Modric on the ball inside the centre circle, working it out to that right-hand side, and Valverde breaks for Casemiro. Mason Mount just able to get a foot in, and here come Chelsea, potentially. Christian Pulisic dispossessed, though Casemiro did really well to get back to him. Although a little slip again might let in Kai Havertz here by Eder Militao. Both players go down. It's going to be a free kick to Chelsea just outside the penalty area, and the referee is reaching for his yellow card for the first time in the game. Eder Militao, the Brazilian centre-back, booked, and he will miss the second leg as a result of that.
He's had a slightly nervy start, Militao. He had that foul on Kai Havertz, who was dropping deep 5 or so minutes ago. He slipped there on the surface and couldn't get back without fouling Havertz right on the edge. It's a shooting chance, and as you mentioned, he now will know he's not going to play in the second leg. But the more pressing matter is to ensure he doesn't pick up another yellow card in the next 80 or 76 minutes, I should say, because he's not started the way I think he would have hoped. And Mason Mount and Reece James are plotting something from the edge of the box.
The one player on the pitch booking away from a suspension is the first name taken today. But you're right, Eder Militao won't have a job to do now next week, but it makes his job for the remainder of this game that much more difficult from here. So let's see what Chelsea can come up with from the free kick. Nearly a quarter of an hour in at Stamford Bridge. Looks like Reece James might be the favourite to strike it. He does so right-footed, and diving to his left to make the save is Thibaut Courtois. It was close enough to the goalkeeper to make it a fairly comfortable save, but it was sweetly struck from Reece James round the wall.
Yeah, he went goalkeeper's side. Thiago Silva threatened to get a touch, but that giant frame of Courtois very comfortably kept that one out.
There is Reece James again, back in more familiar territory. Tight to the touchline, dispossessed though, and it breaks for Vinicius Junior, who takes on here the back-pedalling Thiago Silva. He's into the penalty area, he's just taken it on a touch too far, and nothing came of it in the end from Vinicius Junior. Once again, he is leading the attack for Real Madrid, and once again, he will feel that he probably should have made more of that.
Yeah, I mentioned that Eder Militao's had a tough start. I think Andreas Christensen has as well on the right of the Chelsea back three. It looks so far like Vinicius Junior has the beating of him, and it's another chance. It's been a very, very open 16 minutes, and from a neutral point of view, long may that continue.
He's doing that at the moment. Chelsea in possession just inside the Real Madrid half. We'd seen a strong run out from centre-back by Antonio Rudiger, who remains rooted in Real Madrid territory. The ball breaks for Christian Pulisic, just in from the touchline, looking for N'Golo Kanté, who made one of those darting runs into the penalty area. There were enough back in white to deal with it this time. Dani Carvajal on the ball on the edge of his own penalty area. Plays it across the penalty area for Ferland Mendy. And now Eder Militao has gone down with an injury issue by the looks of things. A very difficult start to his evening is continuing here, and we're going to see a stoppage in play, so Eder Militao can receive some treatment. Still 0-0 with 60 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, gives us a chance, Phil, to check in on the Bayern response to going behind there. 1-0 down to Villarreal, John Bradley.
Yeah, they're wobbling because there's another ball that's been delivered forward, and but for the pace of Lucas Hernandez, Gerard Moreno would have been in once again then, and they certainly don't look too comfortable, Upamecano and Hernandez at the back at the moment, and certainly there's been plenty of targeting of Alphonso Davies as well. Villarreal have got off to a really, really good start, and just when you think that Bayern are just settling down, coming back into it, off come the Spanish side once again to cause more problems for them. So it's been a really, really good start for either side from La Liga. And Bayern, who started the tie as big favourites, well, of course, there's no panic, there's no cause for an immediate response, but at the moment they just have to make sure that they don't let Villarreal get another, and really the tails would be really at them. But this stadium, this little stadium, of course, is bouncing.
John, thank you. More updates from John throughout the course of the the evening here on Matchday Live. If you want to get in touch, do so on Twitter using the hashtag Matchday Live. Randall Smith looking forward to a cracking match while travelling through beautiful Missouri, hoping my Arsenal are there next year. They are in the running, of course, to return to the Champions League. Keep your messages coming in and let us know where you're listening from. Hashtag Matchday Live. Let's check in with Phil. How's Eder Militao doing? Phil, is he back into the action yet?
Just returning, I think, in a moment, Rob, after some treatment on the perimeter of the pitch, although not yet back on the field after what was a fairly lengthy stoppage. And we might have another here because Antonio Rudiger now has gone down round about the halfway line, and it does appear that the referee is reaching for his yellow card again for the second time in the game. There is concern over Eder Militao. It looked a fairly innocuous one, Chris. It was a lengthy period of treatment on the pitch and a lengthy period of treatment off the pitch as well. As we just have a look on our monitor here of the challenge by Antonio Rudiger as he stepped across Federico Valverde. Don't think he can really have any complaints over the caution which has come as a result of that.
No, I don't want to do him a disservice. I would suggest that Clément Turpin read what happened afterwards fairly correctly. Rudiger went down, I think perhaps hoping that he might be avoiding a yellow card by suggesting that he was injured as well. It was a definite yellow card. Militao is back on. We'll have a look how he was moving, because he looked in real discomfort. He was suggesting that he caught a flailing arm just above the hip, his right hip, and he's wincing out there, but he's back on as Chelsea attack.
To keep an eye on, certainly, in the next few minutes, as Chelsea press and probe here with Jorginho. Rudiger, another key centre-back on a yellow card early on. He's found Reece James just outside of the penalty area. Goes back down the line to Andreas Christensen, and he will shift it infield first time for the vastly experienced Thiago Silva. Rudiger launches it long in towards the penalty area, where Mason Mount tries to get his head to that. He was outnumbered 2-1, but did manage to meet it and forces Courtois to come sprawling to his left to claim it pretty comfortably at his post. But the odds looked against Mason Mount here. Just a little slip perhaps in front of him by Alaba, and Courtois called into action.
Don't remember Mason Mount scoring too many headed goals, but he beat David Alaba to the ball there. It was a comfortable save, and for the first time now, perhaps we're seeing the game settle down a little bit, and Real Madrid are quite deep. They are happy to let Chelsea have the ball. As Reece James leads that press. We heard from Thomas Tuchel, didn't we, in the tunnel before the game about why he's straight back in. I think you saw it there. The presence, the physical presence, and the intensity that he gives Chelsea from that right wing-back roller. A key part of the way Thomas Tuchel wants his team to play when he has Reece James available.
Sorely missed recently after something about a false start on his recovery from injury. They have pushed up here of Chelsea, and because of that, Vinicius Junior is in behind, cuts back the cross. Karim Benzema is on the end of it and heads Real Madrid into the lead. 20 minutes into the first leg of this quarter-final, and it's the Real Madrid captain Karim Benzema who has opened the scoring, made by Vinicius Junior, who pulled back the cross perfectly, and the header is beyond Edouard Mendy. It is the 13 times champions who are in front. Chelsea 0, Real Madrid 1.
Well, he is a goal-scoring great. That was brilliant. First of all, the pass from Benzema with the outside of his right foot, first time to release his teammate, and then he just made his way into the box, and he must be a good 13-14 meters out there when he connects with the cut back. It's a brilliant header beyond one of the best goalkeepers in world football from Benzema. There aren't too many that have scored more Champions League goals than Benzema. The finish was great, but the build-up from the France international was majestic. What a footballer.
At the very top of his game right now, and at the age of 34, the Frenchman seemingly only getting better and better. He started it and he finished it emphatically with both power and placement on the header, and it's a significant breakthrough in the context of the tie already as he celebrates behind that goal. 9 goals for the season in the Champions League, 80 goals in his career in this competition for the brilliant Karim Benzema, and Chelsea will have to do this the hard way now. It's the first goal that they have conceded at Stamford Bridge in the Champions League this season. It's an unfamiliar territory in which they find themselves having to chase it here at home, but that is the challenge now. Although, of course, relatively so very early to panic. Toni Kroos down. Real Madrid will be delighted how this opening quarter of the first leg has gone.
Again, the move came down their left-hand side, and Vinicius Junior, Thomas Tuchel has a problem. Reece James, Andreas Christensen. You'd even probably include Jorginho and Conte in that discussion as to how they are going to stop the threat coming from Vinicius Junior, who's linked up very well with a number of teammates, including Benzema, for that goal. But they had the warning signs, right, 2 or 3 times.
Yep.
He's hit the bar already, Vinicius Junior. He's wasted a couple of moments, but he didn't waste that opportunity. It was a very good cross, but it was a fantastic header. And now they come down their right, Real Madrid.
Modric playing the pass towards Valverde, who has Carvajal in support from full-back as well. He's gone back in field, though, to Luka Modric. Benzema again! Has scored again! It's another brilliant header from Karim Benzema! A couple in a matter of minutes to make a massive difference in this quarter-final. This time he steered it back across Mendy, who once more was left clutching at thin air, couldn't keep it out at that far corner. Perfect placement, wonderful awareness, brilliant from Benzema. Chelsea 0, Real Madrid 2.
Well, he might celebrate. I'm not sure if that's better than the first or not. They are equally majestic. Again, Chelsea are very, very open. Modric, that first time ball was so good. Over the head of Thiago Silva, and then Benzema just takes all of the pace off the ball and puts it back where it came from. And Mendy can't quite shift his weight from his right foot back to his left to get back to claw it out. It is perfect from Karim Benzema. Anybody that wants to know how to head a football, I would urge you to watch the last 5 minutes of this game somewhere, or listen back to your commentary, Phil Blacker. Thibaut Courtois, when that goal went in at the other end, was bouncing around in delight. Is that 5 goals for Benzema now, and it must be about less than 45 minutes of Champions League football, the hat-trick in the last 16, and now these 2 goals here.
Absolutely astonishing stuff. A masterclass from Real Madrid so far. This is Chelsea's attempt at the response. N'Golo Conte trying to cut it back into the penalty area, having covered really good ground to almost get in behind that Real Madrid defence. But 2 moments of brilliance from Benzema in the space of 3 minutes, shifting this quarter-final significantly in favour of the 13 times champions, with nods to Vinicius Junior and Luka Modric for the service provided, but no doubting the headline so far tonight. So it's over to Chelsea here with Jorginho up towards Kai Havertz, brings it under control on the edge of the penalty area. Did Casemiro leave his leg in there? The referee says not, and waves away any potential penalty appeals. The danger hasn't entirely been dealt with as Rudiger challenges Carvajal for that. The ball bouncing on the byline and goes behind. There's a little bit of afters between Havertz and Casemiro as that conversation continues. It's Real Madrid 2, Chelsea 0 though, Rob.
I just checked that as well, Chris. 55 minutes, 5 goals for Benzema in the Champions League. Not bad going. OK, let's go back to Spain. 26 minutes played there. John Bradley, Villarreal still in front.
It's all very exciting there. What we're seeing here is Bayern just starting to come back into the game. We've had a brilliant block by Raul Albiol on the edge of the penalty area to deny Gnabry as he tried to fire a shot away. At the moment, we've got Villarreal trying to come forward again and just start to mount some pressure again. But you're just getting a semblance that Bayern are getting a little bit of control in the game. Certainly playing 10-15 metres further up the pitch right now. It's still, though, that goal from Danjuma in the 7th minute that separates the sides. We played 26.5. It's Villarreal 1, Bayern München 0.
Thanks, Sean. 2 huge stories tonight, and good night for the Spanish clubs at the moment. 27 minutes played in the rain at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea 2, Chelsea 0, Karim Benzema 2, Phil.
Yeah, incredible contribution from Benzema, looking at his very sharpest tonight, and I think just makes it look so easy, doesn't he? Incredibly difficult skill, the second one in particular, just to guide the header as he did, and he made it look one of the most simplest finishes there is, and it was anything but what it has done is make a massive difference in this tie.
I think we've always known, and he's been appreciated for being a master finisher, but we've seen already tonight his link-up play, the pass which led to the first. I mentioned this sort of back-heeled flick which led to Vinicius Junior hitting the crossbar. And if you compare that with at the other end of the pitch, I think when Chelsea have had the ball in the box, if they had this Karim Benzema, they may well have had a shot on target or really made Thibaut Courtois work. But for all of Chelsea's patient, pretty build-up, I think they're still lacking that absolute killer touch, if you like, in that penalty area. And I'm not just talking about tonight. I think for some of this season that has been the accusation against them.
And there they come, trying to change that, trying to find their attacking threat, but it's perhaps the case in point as the ball bounces away off Azpilicueta and is gathered up by his former teammate Thibaut Courtois, who has it for Real Madrid here as we head towards the half-hour mark. Real Madrid 2-0 up at Stamford Bridge, where Chelsea hadn't conceded a goal in the Champions League this season before tonight. A little bit risky from them, but it shows maybe the confidence in the Real Madrid camp that the ball was played from one centre-back on the edge of his penalty area to the other centre-back on the opposite side of the penalty area, David Alaba, who is back in possession here, returns it to Courtois. And now Eder Militao with a little bit of space just to take a few strides forward in possession and assess the options ahead of him. He then launches it long, does so right-footed. Reece James is underneath it, but it's a heavy header back, nowhere near Edouard Mendy, and a needless concession really of the corner by a Chelsea side who look rattled here.
Yeah, they're wobbling, and they daren't concede a third. Been out for quite a long time, Reece James. Suggests he's shown some good moments in this opening 29 minutes, but he's not the absolute 100% sharp Reece James that we've come to know and Chelsea fans have come to love over the last couple of years. And Toni Kroos is over this, and there's a very nervy feel around Stamford Bridge. I think they know this tie could almost be done and dusted if Real Madrid get a third right now.
And they're sensing their chance, aren't they, the visitors? Toni Kroos will take the corner, right-footed, good ball in towards Eder Militao, who rose to meet it, couldn't quite generate the power on the header to extend Edouard Mendy, but he did make sure that he won it. And it was a threatening ball from Kroos, and Real Madrid have an element of authority right now. They have a threat every time that they advance, every ball that they put into the box. The champions are rocking. The defence of their trophy has probably at no stage this season looked as fragile as it does right now.
Yeah, imagine the Real Madrid players when they heard that famous Chelsea song of Champions of Europe, we know who we are. They probably thought, oh, hang on a minute, we're Real Madrid. What are you talking about?
That's normally our song, though.
Yeah, we're gonna come and show you exactly who we are. And they've been they've been brilliant. Capped by, I mean, two stupendous headers from Benzema. No right almost to score either, actually, but they are bang on top at the moment. Long way to go, not just tonight, but in the entire tie, of course.
Half an hour played of this first leg. Chelsea 0, Real Madrid 2. Here come the home side with Reece James just in front of the penalty area, infield towards Havertz, tried to help it on towards N'Golo Kanté, but it's all that little bit frantic. Chelsea trying to force the issue maybe and no way through.
And perhaps trying to score perfect goal almost there. I thought Havertz had the chance to get a shot away. I think I'm just saying that because I think Benzema would have shot, for example. Now, he might not have scored, but I think they, for all of their territory and possession in the Real Madrid half, Thibaut Courtois has yet to make a really important save, which Chelsea will hope does not carry on for too much longer.
His work has been relatively routine so far, hasn't it? This is Reece James on the corner of the penalty area. He is away from Benzema and then dinks a brilliant ball in. Nobody quite advanced enough again to be able to get on the end of it, though. It just runs away from Cesar Azpilicueta on the far side and behind for the goal kick in the end. But this was wonderful from Reece James. He got a little bit of fortune initially with how the ball bounced back at his feet, but then he dinked it in first time right-footed, just over Havertz, and Azpilicueta couldn't quite reach it.
Brilliant ball, though. Christian Pulisic was lurking, but no one was close enough to getting on the end of that. It was a sumptuous ball in from Reece James, and again that classic centre forward, and there's a reason that Chelsea are playing this system and it has been very effective. But just in those moments, Chelsea fans are probably thinking, wow, I wonder if we had a classic centre forward on, whether they might have finished off the chance.
Lukaku on the bench today, Timo Werner On the bench today was the goal scorer in this fixture in the semi-finals last season. But nothing comes of that Chelsea pressure, and Real Madrid quickly move through the gears. At the other end might be in again. And Mendy just missed it, but it is scrambled clear before it would fall for Vinicius Junior. Dani Carvajal here was the furthest forward from full-back. He was away from Antonio Rudiger momentarily. He turned inside Thiago Silva as well. Mendy did get his right hand to the ball, and Christensen was just able to complete the clearance. Heart-in-mouth moment, though, for the champions.
I think that's a good save, you know, from Mendy, because he sort of scooped that effort away. I mean, where did Carvajal come from, by the way? And he was heading in. Another corner. They had that header from Militao last time out.
Toni Kroos tries something similar. It's well defended this time by Chelsea, with pretty much everybody in blue back in their own box. So because of that, all sorts of space for Ferland Mendy when he picks up possession on the halfway line, and he will go back infield to Dani Carvajal. Uncharted territory, certainly. One goal he's got in 63 previous appearances in the Champions League. Does have the one for Real Madrid in the Spanish Liga so far this season, where he's re-established a regular role after the injury problems of last year. It's been a very different type of season for Real Madrid, much more successful domestically in terms of that 12-point cushion at the top of the table, where they missed out to Atletico by a couple of points last season. Carlo Ancelotti has had a very steadying influence in that respect, because 8 of this 11 did actually start the game at Stamford Bridge in the second leg of last season's semi-final. Personnel-wise, it is a very similar setup. Only Sergio Ramos, who started that day, has left the club. Eden Hazard is currently injured, and Nacho is on the bench. But it's been a very different approach, really, in terms of the dressing room unrest at the time, which was reported. There's not too much of that around at the moment. They're really enjoying themselves, expressing themselves here, and looking every bit the 13 times champions, intent on reclaiming their crown. But still early days, as we say, in the tie. 34.5 on the clock in the first leg. Chelsea 0, Real Madrid 2. Chelsea on the ball in Real Madrid territory with N'Golo Kanté in the heart of midfield. Finds Reece James on the right again. He plays it in first time. Again, it's a good ball, but it's cleared by Carvajal. As far as Andreas Christensen, the Chelsea centre-backs in possession inside the Madrid half here. Rudiger, little touch to Jorginho in the centre of the park. To his right is N'Golo Kanté. He's going to have a go. Dipping right-footed effort, never troubling the target, and does maybe sum up something of the story so far, that N'Golo Kanté is chancing his arm from that sort of range. 10 to go to half-time. Chelsea 0, Real Madrid 2.
Yeah, same time on the clock at Villarreal, who lead Bayern. John Bradley.
Yeah, 10 minutes to go. It's interesting. Bayern still trying to work their way back into this game, trying to be an attacking threat, but they've not forced it on him or Rooney into a save. At the other end, we've had another couple of forays forward, another couple of set pieces for Villarreal, and they were very nearly in a few moments ago, but for a very good challenge as Lo Celso tried to break away. He's been the threat. He's the one who's getting into good areas, and he's the supply line to Danjuma and Gerard Moreno. But it's still 1-0. They are still the better side, the Spanish side. Bayern still trying to find their way into this tie.
Thank you very much, John. So John with the updates throughout the course of the evening. By the way, Karim Benzema with his 2 goals tonight becomes the 4th player in the history of the Champions League European Cup to go past the 80-goal mark, joining Ronaldo, Messi and Lewandowski. It's been a sensational first half showing from him. 2 headers in 3 minutes. The difference at the moment for Real Madrid, Phil.
Well, he will fancy back-to-back hat-tricks, won't he, in the Champions League, with plenty of time on the clock, given the impact that he has already made. Those goals leaving Chelsea up against it here as they press deep inside the Real Madrid half, but again, just overrun it really on the edge of the penalty area. Azpilicueta trying to win the ball back over on that far side. Christian Pulisic, and a touch for Jorginho as well for Rudiger. Now Thiago Silva, he's got time to assess his options as he steps forward from centre-back. Plays it off to his right-hand side for Christensen. Further wide is Reece James, looking to tease it down the line for Mason Mount in front of him. James has it again. Progress just held up by Vinicius Junior. Jorginho to Rudiger once more. All being played in the Real Madrid half right now as Chelsea try and find a way back before the break. Azpilicueta will whip in the cross, right-footed, met by Eder Militao, who heads it away from initial danger. Almost level there with the edge of his own penalty area, though, and the ball hasn't gone out of play on that far side, so Chelsea could come again. Here is Thiago Silva. Just 4 appearances short of his century now in this competition. Mark reached by David Alaba today. Christensen with a touch, Thiago Silva to Rudiger. The Chelsea centre-backs all heavily involved in this period of possession. Having got their 2-goal lead, Real Madrid can sit deep. It's a good ball in again by Reece James. We're saying that fairly frequently right now. He was looking for N'Golo Kanté. The danger just about dealt with by Eder Militao at the expense of a Chelsea corner.
Good defending. It's the first time I think someone has really attacked a Reece James cross there, and it was not Pulisic or Havertz or even Mount perhaps. It was N'Golo Kanté who got forward and might have scored had it not been for the block.
Here comes the corner. Mason Mount is going to take it right-footed from the right-hand side, and it was a chance for Thiago Silva round about the penalty spot. Had time actually in a congested penalty area to set himself, and it was a deliberate attempt to send that spinning towards the far top corner. Almost got underneath it though, and just put a fraction too much on the header. It wasn't far away from the angle of post and bar. Yeah,
his expression after that tells the story. I think that was a good opportunity for someone who has scored an amazing header before here in the Champions League, and it was a chance, and they're going to need something special now to get back into tonight's first leg. They are having just a little spell here after a real wobble after those 2 Karim Benzema headers.
It's a better little spell for them. You maybe get a sense that Real Madrid are sitting back a bit more now, hoping to take this 2-0 lead into half-time and assess the situation from there. Really crucial stage of the tie, these next, 6 and a bit minutes before half-time in this first leg. Can Chelsea change the mood going into the interval? Jorginho coming under pressure from Toni Kroos in the midfield. Touch for Christensen again, who once more will spread it wide first time for Reece James. He shimmies away from Vinicius Jr, cuts the ball back this time for Jorginho. He will clip in the cross, Kai Havertz on the end of it, and Chelsea right back in it. What a crucial contribution just before half-time in this first leg from Kai Havertz, in the perfect place to profit. So often the man for the big occasion for the champions, the man whose goal won the final last season, gives them renewed hope in the quarter-final here. It's Chelsea 1, Real Madrid 2.
Brilliant from Reece James, and then what a pass that is from Jorginho. Clips it over the Real Madrid defence, perfectly weighted, and Havertz makes a really nice little move to wrong foot and then get in behind Dani Carvajal, I think it is. He's definitely onside. It's a brave header because Carvajal has his foot up in Havertz's face, really. He almost connects actually with the German to keep his eyes on the ball and to make good enough contact and get enough power to get that beyond Courtois. It's a brilliant header from Havertz. It's a heck of a first half.
Really good first half, which has 5 minutes still to play. Chelsea's form forward responding after the double from Real Madrid's form forward. His incredible goal-scoring run goes on recently. 7 in his last 10 appearances now for Chelsea across all competitions, justifying the faith of Thomas Tuchel in really building his attack around Kai Havertz. Rewarded for his bravery. Chelsea rewarded for their period of pressure and possession that had been building towards the break, and it has, as I mentioned, it might change the mood inside Stamford Bridge. The volume levels have gone up another notch or two as we head towards the break.
And of course there are no away goals anymore, so it is just Real Madrid who are 1 goal clear in the tie. It would have been in a fantastic position with away goals if they were 2-0 up inside 35 minutes, but the whole complexion has changed. That said, here come Real Madrid. What a pass.
Vinicius Jr in space as a result of that, tries to square it towards Benzema, who is in, and it's just wide. Big chance for the hat-trick. Karim Benzema beats the ground in frustration. Given the first half that he's been having, surely you would have expected that to be his moment. He played his part in the build-up, he made the run into space. Vinicius Jr had seen him and found him. It was just a fraction behind him, but it fell into the path of Benzema, off the defender. Jorginho couldn't quite cut it out, and Benzema took it in his stride. Side-footed, left-footed effort, but it's bent just around the post and wide, and that could be a major moment.
And we've just had a major moment at Villarreal where they thought, John Bradley, they were 2-0 up.
How pivotal could this be in the context of this tie? Francis Coquelin away down the left-hand side of the field. He looked up, tried to cross the ball to Gerard Moreno, who was unmarked in the middle of the penalty area, but he miscued it. It slid off the outside of his foot, looped over the top of Manuel Neuer into the back of the net. Neuer completely beaten. It was 2-0. It's been ruled out for offside. Coquelin, oh, merest of margins, had just gone a fraction too early. Massive let-off for Bayern.
Thanks, John. So 2.5 minutes to half-time there. Same case as Stamford Bridge. What brilliant drama. So Villarreal 1, Bayern 0. Chelsea 1, Real Madrid 2. 3-headed goals. And Benzema missing probably his easiest chance of the night.
I would say so, yeah. Given the two that he stuck away, you would have expected him to score that one, but not so. Fresh hope for Chelsea, having just got themselves back in the game through that Kai Havertz header of their own. And here they come again with Rudiger, searching ball from left to right into the penalty area. Well dealt with. Mendy got a touch to it. And now Toni Kroos able to bring it clear, looking for Benzema. Sold a little short by the pass, and Mason Mount, the first to react, wins the ball back well for Chelsea. Finds Thiago Silva. Rudiger inside the centre circle in the Real Madrid half of the field. Last couple of minutes of the first half here. Chelsea 1, Real Madrid 2. Reece James has it, edge of the penalty area, right-hand side for Chelsea. Mendy is with him, trying to prevent the cross from coming. James needs some support. Havertz provides it and tries to curl one left-footed towards that far top corner. But it was always going high and wide from Havertz that time. This is some game, though.
Yeah. It's half a chance there for Havertz, I think. He could see the top corner. You could see what he was going to try and do, and he had the space to do it. You know, we talked about how tough it is to defend your title. Rob asked me, you know, why only Real Madrid have done it, and he used that word luck. But just imagine Chelsea do go on, and it's a big if, given where they are in this tie, but that miss from Benzema, one of the best finishers the Champions League has ever seen. You know, all those things have to go your way to make it through a big Champions League knockout stage tie, let alone go and win it. And it's a major let-off, but Real Madrid themselves, if they look vulnerable at the back, they look great going forward.
They are in the mood for more themselves, aren't they? This is Benzema again, just crowded out of it this time, on the edge of the penalty area, having attempted to combine with David Alaba, who covered good ground up from the back. Reece James keeps it in, tight to the touchline. We are in the last minute of this frantic first 45, which is absolutely flown by. It's been fabulous fare so far, and it is back in the balance thanks to that Havertz header. But Real Madrid certainly suggesting that they have more to give going forward, and if they were perhaps tempted to sit back a little bit at 2-0 in front heading towards half-time, then the Havertz goal has entirely changed that game plan pretty swiftly.
And the entire mood around Stamford Bridge. Chelsea are snapping into every challenge and pressing and winning it now. That wasn't happening.
Mason Mount doing exactly that, right on cue as he tries to win the ball back against Eder Militao and Casemiro just in front of the penalty area. So we go into a solitary minute of added time at the end of the first 45. Chelsea 1, Real Madrid 2. Benzema back deep inside his own half, able to combine with Ferland Mendy, and they'll build again from the back. Not
surprised it's only a minute. The ball has been in play for I mean, there's barely been a whistle apart from the goals, and it's been two teams just intent on attacking, and this is a chance.
Here they come again, Real Madrid this time. Valverde tried to float it in towards Benzema. Rudiger had got back in position, but it was N'Golo Kanté that cut out the cross when it came, and now Antonio Rudiger has it just in front of the penalty area to N'Golo Kanté. A little pocket of space to surge forward. This might be the last attack of the first half. Both teams will probably be grateful for a bit of a breather, but for the neutrals, they won't want this half to end. We don't want this half to end, because it has been a fabulous first half of football. It's edged by Real Madrid thanks to Benzema's double, but Havertz giving Chelsea hope again by reducing the deficit. Half-time in the first leg of this quarter-final at Stamford Bridge. It is Chelsea 1, Real Madrid 2.
What a game, and we have a cracker in the other one in Spain. Closing stages, first half there, John Bradley.
1-0, about 40 seconds remaining of stoppage time in this first half. Bayern have the ball, as they have had for much of the last 20 minutes, but they've been disjointed and somewhat underwhelming going forward. Upamecano going from right to left here, looking for Alphonso Davies. It's horribly mishit, and if I ever wanted an example of how Bayern's attacking players been. There was a really good example of it. Pretty straightforward ball for Upamecano from the centre circle to the left-hand side, but really, really overhit. Rulli's not had a save to make. The threat has all been at the other end. We've just had a shot deflected wide by Etienne Capoue, who really is bossing the midfield. And Villarreal have looked a real threat going forward. As Rulli now sends the ball downfield, Anthony Taylor brings an end to the first half. Arnaud Danjuma's goal separates the side in what's been a really good first half in the Ceramica for the home side. Half-time here, Villarreal 1, Bayern München 0. he's met that so well. And Matthijs de Ligt, the 19-year-old captain of Ajax, with a goal worthy of any captain of any side. Juventus 1, Ajax 2.
Coutinho goes for goal! What a strike by Philippe Coutinho! It's absolutely brilliant! Coutinho sends Barcelona into the semi-finals of the Champions League. Barcelona 3, Manchester United 0 on the night. 4-0 Barcelona on aggregate.
And then the shot flashes home after a mistake at the back. Suarez's goal drought has ended. Barcelona have their 3-goal cushion once again. The mistake by Fazio, I think. And Barcelona lead Roma by 4 goals to 1.
Semi-finals after all.
For Barcelona, loads of them, and a reminder as well, of course, it feels like the ties are really open. We're going to get into this a little bit later in the show, but with no away goals rule anymore, it does feel like Chelsea are very much in the tie. Of course, 30 seasons of this competition now, and so UEFA are asking fans to vote for their favourite moments from Champions League history. We're now at the quarter-final stage of this as well to determine the overall winner over the coming months. The best moments are put head-to-head, and Chris Parrott, our European football expert, is alongside me to put through his selections. Chris, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
OK, so the first one is Lionel Messi's solo goal. Brilliant goal for Barcelona against Real Madrid 2011. Or Kaká's through ball for Milan against Liverpool in the 05 final.
I'm going to have to be quick because we just heard the bell at Stamford Bridge. The referee's
Get out the
bell to
dressing
get
room.
out the dressing room. Messi, that solo run was amazing.
OK, Messi's free kick against Liverpool 2019, or Alexander Arnold's quick thinking corner.
I think it's Alexander-Arnold because it led to the goal that led to the...
There's a deflection as well on that free kick. We've got to see off that free kick by now.
OK, I'll go with Messi's free kick then.
OK, Ronaldo's semi-final pile driver for United against Arsenal 09, or Ronaldo's bicycle kick, which got him a standing ovation at Juve for Real Madrid.
I'll go bicycle kick over free kick every time.
OK, and Liverpool's Miracle of Istanbul, a bit of a mismatch. It feels like this one against the header and save from Gregory Coupe for Lyon against Barca.
Of all 8 of these great moments, those are my 2 favourites, and they're playing against each other. I wanted Coupe's save to win the whole thing, but you have to put Liverpool's Miracle of Istanbul.
I think you do. It looks like Chelsea are going to make a change to the break. We can see Mateo Kovacic getting ready. A reminder to vote on that at UEFA.com/UCL Feeling. Second half of Villarreal, Bayern and Chelsea Real Madrid on the way. Kovacic coming on against his former club, and maybe even Hakim Ziyech as well. More on that in a moment. If you are just joining us, by the way, here's what you missed in the first half.
First leg of this quarter-final, and it's the Real Madrid captain Karim Benzema who has opened the scoring.
The finish was great, but the build-up from the France international was majestic. What a footballer.
Modric playing the pass towards Valverde, who has Carvajal in support from full-back as well. He's gone back in field though to Luka Modric. Benzema again has scored again. It's another brilliant header from Karim Benzema. A couple in a matter of minutes to make a massive difference in this quarter-final. Jorginho, he will clip in the cross. Kai Havertz on the end of it, and Chelsea right back in it. What a crucial contribution just before half-time in this first leg from Kai Havertz. It's Chelsea 1, Real Madrid 2.
That's a good ball down towards the byline. And pull back the shot. It's in. Turned home. A little bit inadvertently, but Danjuma was there. after the initial strike from Lo Celso wasn't cleanly hit, but what a start for Villarreal. Inside 7.5 minutes, it's Villarreal 1, Bayern München 0.
With updates from Villarreal Bayern, where it's 1-0 to Villarreal at half-time. But the teams are back out at Stamford Bridge for the second half. Of Chelsea 1, Real Madrid 2. Chris Parrott and Phil Blacker, your commentary team.
Well, Real Madrid get this second half underway, playing from left to right as we look at it in the second period. And Chelsea have made a notable double change. Ziyech and Kovacic against his former club are on. N'Golo Kanté and Andreas Christensen are the players replaced. So a change of personnel, but surely also a change of system. As a result of that, Thomas Tuchel is going for this in the second half, as he has to do, Chris Parrott.
Yeah, and we mentioned how open Chelsea were on the right-hand side of their defence. I'm not surprised by that change. And again, it shows that despite the goal, which has changed feelings at Stamford Bridge, Thomas Tuchel was not happy with a lot of what he saw. And oh, it's an error.
Benzema is in for the hat-trick here, given away by Edouard Mendy, and Karim Benzema has scored and races away in celebration. Back-to-back hat-tricks in the Champions League for Benzema, but gifted to him really by Mendy. And Chelsea's defence of this trophy is in big trouble against the 13 times champions. Karim Benzema perfectly placed there just to roll the ball into an open net. After 2 brilliant headers in the first half, he's helped himself to the hat-trick. It's Chelsea 1, Real Madrid 3. What a start to this second half.
Wow. Just a long punt down the pitch. Mendy comes midway through his first half, as all goalkeepers do now, really. Takes it down. Benzema, to his credit, chases a lost cause, and Mendy turns to his left and tries to pass it to Rudiger, and it just doesn't have anywhere near the pace on the ball that it is required. Benzema gets there. Actually, Rudiger gets there, but Benzema kind of steps out of the tackle and waits for Rudiger to then essentially clatter the ball off of him, and then he can just slot home from 20 metres out, open goal. Astonishing start to this second half, and fair to say Thomas Tuchel was not a happy man on the Chelsea bench.
Well, he just made that attacking double change, and the second half had barely got started before his team have slipped 2 behind again, and Benzema himself, I think, could barely believe that, with a big beaming smile as they celebrated that goal, his hat-trick goal. And Chelsea in real trouble here, and Mendy, who'd only conceded twice in the Champions League this season, beaten for a 3rd time tonight, and certainly more than culpable in the concession of that one. And Karim Benzema moves on to 11 goals in this season's Champions League.
And you know what? He and Robert Lewandowski, there's not too much separating those two in the all-time Champions League goal-scoring list, behind Messi and Ronaldo now. And well, that is you can hear in Stamford Bridge there's a sense of disbelief as to what everyone has just seen. Chelsea are going to have to compose themselves and stick to the game plan that they came out in this second half, and believe that they can at least get one back, if not score 2. Absolutely anything could happen in this second period now. It's going to be a brilliant watch.
Not even had time to remind you of the way that the sides are lining up at the start of this second half, given the continuation of the incredible drama that we've had already. And here go Real Madrid once more down their left-hand side with Vinicius Junior cutting in field, looking for Benzema, who works the 1-2 with him. Lovely little touch as well. Think back by Kroos. Benzema had continued his run into the penalty area. Cesar Azpilicueta is able to meet it first and head it partially clear. And then this time, not surprisingly, Mendy not taking any chances with the clearance, which is actually kept in play very neatly by Hakim Ziyech on that far side, combining with his fellow substitute Kovacic. And now here come Chelsea with Havertz scorer of their goal just before the break, laying the ball back in field to Jorginho, who was the creator of that goal with a lovely little dink ball in. He's played another impressive pass for Havertz here, whose effort is blocked on the edge of the penalty area. Breaks back for Azpilicueta. Stunning right-footed strike matched by a brilliant save from Thibaut Courtois. Well, that's a stunning passage of football. Azpilicueta must have thought he'd scored when he found the sweet spot by swinging the right boot at that, but Courtois, taking off to his left, got a huge left hand to it and claws it away for the corner kick, which is delivered here by Chelsea into the gloves of Courtois, who makes that his and underlines his importance to this Real Madrid side.
Well, what a ridiculous save that is from Thibaut Courtois. When it's slowed down, it looks impressive as he puts his big right arm up to save, but in real time we were right behind it from Azpilicueta. That was in, that was arrowing into the top corner, and Thibaut Courtois is one of the biggest goalkeepers around. What is he? He's 6'7", 2 meters, and he needed every single centimetre there to save the day. I'll tell you what.
Stop switching units of measurement.
Oh, well, I thought for listeners around the world they could get both. 2 meters, 6 foot, a lot bigger than me, basically.
Okay, here are some crucial numbers. Villarreal 1, Bayern 0, 50 minutes played. John Bradley, how's it going?
What a chance for Bayern with 5 minutes gone of the second half. No changes in personnel. Work down the left-hand side. Gnabry with the cross, and from 5 meters out, Thomas Muller didn't make contact with the goal at his mercy. I think we'll tell him after the game that he was offside and it wouldn't have counted anyway, but what a chance it would have been for Bayern, who have just come out a little more lively at the start of this second half. It's still 1-0.
Mason Mount for Chelsea here was looking for Kovacic. Mount had taken up a really promising position but couldn't quite pick the pass, and all of a sudden, from attacking one penalty area, Chelsea falls back to the edge of their own, where Edouard Mendy clears it away. 51 minutes played at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea 1, a Real Madrid 3, a Karim Benzema hat-trick. Chelsea coming so close to getting another one back a moment ago with that brilliant save. The right glove of Courtois turning over the shot from the Chelsea captain, Cesar Azpilicueta. Chances at both ends. Non-stop drama so far in the first leg of this quarter-final. Dani Carvajal has it for Real Madrid on the halfway line. Finds Casemiro, who will just shift it infield to his left for Toni Kroos. Benzema dropping deep inside the centre circle. Casemiro again. Kroos will hook it back. It's just behind David Alaba, who will prod it further back into the path of Thibaut Courtois. Quickly closed down by Ziyech. Let me attempt those lineups for you, just to remind you. Mendy's in goal, of course, for Chelsea. They've made that change at full-back with Reece James now playing in the back four. Thiago Silva, Rudiger and Azpilicueta making up the rest of that. Kovacic coming into midfield with Jorginho and Mason Mount. And Hakim Ziyech joining in with the attack alongside Pulisic in the Havertz. Here is the attack. This is Ziyech, just blocked off by Modric in front of his own penalty area. Kroos lets it run for Benzema, surging forward, trying to slip the ball through. Measured pass into the path of Vinicius Junior, or it would have been, but for the intervention there of James. Chelsea win the ball back. Kovacic on halfway, striding forward. Slips it wide left for Christian Pulisic, who will take on here a combination of Valverde and Dani Carvajal. Azpilicueta goes inside. Modric thought he'd come away with the ball. Kovacic went down, and in steps Clement Turpin to award the free kick.
I love the fact it took you 7 minutes of the second half to go through this.
I've still not got to Real Madrid yet.
I mean, it's absolutely zipped by. By the way, Carlo Ancelotti was just taken out by his own player.
Here come Chelsea again with, we'll come back to that. This is Pulisic, blocked by Dani Carvajal.
I thought I daren't go into the story because the way this game is going, we'll miss a goal. But Valverde was flying back in a 50-50, and he really clattered into his coach Ancelotti, who just was down on his knees for a good 5 seconds, and the fourth official, Francois Letizier, ensured he was okay, and he is, but his own player taking him out.
Here's the corner kick, fizzed in by Ziyech. Pulisic trying to meet it on the edge of the penalty area. Again, Courtois comes and gathers it. Welcome back to the dugout for Carlo Ancelotti. You did miss the match against Celta Vigo because of COVID at the weekend. His son Davide actually taking charge of the team that day, although not technically on the touchline. He had to remain seated on the bench. Doesn't have the relevant coaching qualifications, so it was the goalkeeping coach issuing the instructions. But Real Madrid managed to claim the victory with Carlo Ancelotti in conversation with his son from home. passing on those instructions, but joining up with the squad. Only at lunchtime today. He wasn't present at training last night. His team have certainly showed up here, though, and they're back on the attack again with Vinicius Junior. Ferland Mendy now will chase after it, after his fellow Frenchman Benzema played it into his path, whips in the cross. Valverde attempting to attack it, as Pilaqueta did enough under pressure, and Jorginho can bring it clear here for Chelsea, urged forward by the home fans, because he did find a little bit of space to run into, and then tried to pick the pass for Hakim Ziyech out to his right-hand side. Wasn't quite precise enough, though, and Alaba has the ball back for Real Madrid. Modric coming deep as well now to pick up possession and try and orchestrate things just in front of his own penalty area. With almost 10 minutes of this second half played. Let me remind you of that Madrid lineup. Courtois, I'm going to get there. Carvajal, Militao, Alaba and Mendy the back four. Modric, Casemiro and Kroos. Valverde and Vinicius Junior playing different roles really either side of the main man, the hat-trick scorer Karim Benzema. Those goals making the difference for Real Madrid so far, but Chelsea seeing a lot of the ball right now. This is Mason Mount driving forward. Ziyech wider to the right, taking on Mendy. He does deliver the cross. It's a good ball in towards Havertz. Eder Militao did enough, rising with Kai Havertz there on the near post, just to divert the danger behind. Ziyech making a bit of a difference. Is his half-time introduction. It was he who whipped that cross in, and it just came off Eder Militao.
He celebrated that like he'd scored a goal. Eder Militao. It was a vicious ball in from Hakim Ziyech. Gets that ball onto his left foot. We know all the quality he has, and Romelu Lukaku has just been sent to warm up.
Massive chance for Villarreal, nearly 2 up, John.
Oh, wonderful effort by Gerard Moreno on the right-hand side, cut across the ball with his left foot. It moved about 4 different ways in the air, beat Neuer, but came back off the foot of the post, and it just beat Donjuma on the way back out. It was a wonderful effort, and Villarreal will be hoping it's not a case of what could have been. They've been so good tonight. 10 gone second half, they still lead 1-0. It could be more.
3-1 Real Madrid here, and just for a moment Federico Valverde looked like he might have got in behind the Chelsea defence before running out of room, really tight to the byline, and it sneaks harmlessly behind. Incredible tempo to the game. Chelsea 1, Real Madrid 3 in the first leg of this quarter-final. 56.5 minutes played, but it is almost you attack, we attack the way that the game has gone so far. It's Chelsea's turn right now, with Mason Mount making good ground down the right, but the return ball aimed back into his path by Ziyech was overhit this time. We're talking small margins, and that one carries out of play and goes behind for the goal kick.
Chelsea fans, you can sense there's a nervousness again here. And they know their team need to score, even without away goals this season. Their team need to go to the Bernabeu. You would think 1 goal down is an ask, 2 goals down would be probably the Bernabeu anyway, a record-breaking comeback for them to go through. It's absolutely enormous next 33 minutes, and of course at the other end, every time Real Madrid come forward.
It was so crucial, wasn't it, at the end of the first half, that Chelsea scored the game's next goal. They did, and even more important now that they do likewise here, if their task isn't to be of the tallest order in the Bernabeu just 6 nights from now, that second leg in Spain. Real Madrid with this remarkable record at the quarter-finals of this competition. They've won their last 9, last 8 ties in the UEFA Champions League since losing to Monaco, actually on away goals in 2004. It's the last time they've exited it at this stage.
Was that when one of their own, Fernando Morientes, scored?
I believe it was.
Yeah, so that's an astonishing record, and they have some of the greatest players of their generation out there right now, and Chelsea with a massive task, not just tonight, but in this ties. Again, the press is good from Real Madrid, but on that occasion Chelsea have broken off the shackles.
Chelsea in possession midway inside the Real Madrid half here. Kovacic going infield to Jorginho. Little touch for Rudiger, joining in with the attack as well, just in front of the penalty area. Shifts it back infield. This is Kovacic, joined from Real Madrid back in 2018. Was an unused substitute in a couple of Champions League finals with them. Well, Reece James has it now, corner of the penalty area. Ziyech started very tight to the touchline. Chelsea trying to stretch the pitch really with those half-time changes. Kovacic to Pulisic, helps it on towards Havertz. Strong surge into the penalty area. Eder Militao went with him, forces Havertz wide, but he still has it. And now Pulisic takes a swing at that with the left boot and doesn't really extend Thibaut Courtois at all. plenty of attacking intent from Chelsea, but on this occasion, not the end product.
Yeah, very comfortable save. Pulisic rather apologised to his teammates who were hoping for a pass. Nice to see Kovacic and Modric on the pitch at the same time. Two great friends, not just at club level, but internationally with Croatia, and they have played a lot of football together. They know each other's games perfectly, and who comes out on top in that little battle might just be important. Now Militao is down. Coming together with Kai Havertz. Second time he's picked up a bit of treatment tonight, but just wonder if he is just maybe looking for a slight pause, let Real Madrid get back, get settled. By the way, Thierry Henry is here, Robert. Massive smile on his face. He will have enjoyed those Benzema goals, I'm sure.
He certainly will have done. OK, let's go back to Spain. 14 minutes into the second half. Bayern starting to carve out things, John.
Yeah, but two chances for Villarreal since you were just with us. Another Gerard Moreno break into the box. Alphonso Davies with a vital challenge. And just moments ago, Alfonso Pedraza, who's only just come onto the field, firing a left-footed shot just wide of Neuer's right-hand upright. But Bayern are starting to look more threatening. They're having lots and lots of the ball. Villarreal happy to sit deep and trying to counter-attack, and they still look a threat. But certainly at the moment, Bayern will be wanting to get this goal back in this game. It's still 1-0 with an hour gone.
Thanks, John. Hashtag Matchday Live to get in touch on Twitter. Waiting for this Chelsea change. What is it about Benzema and spooking goalkeepers? Because he did it to Donnarumma in the last round. He did it against Ulreich in 2018 for a goal against Bayern. And the Loris Karius Champions League final, he did it as well.
Yeah.
And in that case, for the goal that made it through Anfield, that was a lost cause, really. He didn't need to chase that down.
No, he didn't need to. I mean, he was rewarded for doing so, of course, but he can't. And his reaction, I think, betrayed that, didn't it?
Yeah,
he wasn't expecting to be rewarded for that. He was simply doing his job, but maybe it's his presence, his aura. There is certainly something about him right now, and when it's going for you, it is going for you. And Benzema is riding a wave, but his incredible ability, I think, has earned that reputation over the years. We are going to see changes. There's real concern over Eder Militao, who is again down, receiving a lengthy period of treatment, but Chelsea turning to Romelu Lukaku to try and get them back in this game. First, though, it's Ferland Mendy forward from fullback for Real Madrid. Does well to hold on to the ball. Neatly sidestepped a couple of challenges. They're forced back a little bit to Luka Modric inside the centre circle to maintain possession. Are the visitors here, and now Dani Carvajal taking over. He will go back infield, back into the centre circle whilst we wait for those changes to happen. They are imminent, with David Alaba on the ball on halfway, and lofts it forward over the head of Benzema, safely through to Edouard Mendy this time. Militao only now returns back to the field again, moving pretty gingerly. As you mentioned, Chris, he had that lengthy stoppage period of treatment in the first half as well. We already know he won't play in the second leg through suspension next week after that early yellow card, but he's determined to try and see this job through tonight. Restored to full complement with Chelsea pressing down the right. It didn't quite come for Mason Mount, despite the persistence of Ziyech. And Real Madrid have it in midfield, and the chance for Casemiro maybe to bring this ball away. Looking for options down the left, asking Vinicius Junior to chase it. Reece James had enough of a head start on him just to get there first, to play it back into the feet of Mendy, who returns it in kind to his fullback on the touchline. And they will build infield through Thiago Silva. A little bit of space now on this near side, the Chelsea left. Rudiger running into it, as is captain Azpilicueta ahead of them. Both sides waiting to make changes on the touchline as Chelsea advance through Kai Havertz. Pulisic, shoulder to shoulder on the touchline with Dani Carvajal, who did just about enough there to shut the door.
Well, I think Eder Militao's evening might be done, because he is going to be replaced, and we are going to see Ruben Loftus-Cheek at the same time, Phil.
Incredible. We nearly just saw a goal from the halfway line, John Bradley, at Villarreal.
Don't do it a disservice. It was 10 metres inside his own half, at the base of the centre circle. An awful Manuel Neuer attempted ball forward from inside the centre circle, kicked it straight at Gerard Moreno, who instinctively just tried to put the ball 60 metres into the Bayern goal, and he set it off to the right with his left foot, and it bent around and agonisingly just bent too far and went just wide of the left-hand upright of the Bayern goal. So close to a second from 60 metres out.
What a game in Spain at the moment. Just the one goal between the two teams at the moment. Let's go back to matters at Stamford Bridge, where Real Madrid have made that change of centre-back, Phil.
As we mentioned, suspended for the second leg and unable to complete the 90 here. 64 on the clock, he's had to come off. But Chelsea have made a double change as well. Ruben Loftus-Cheek on for Jorginho in midfield. And Romelu Lukaku, been waiting for the last few minutes patiently on the touchline to enter the action, has done so in place of Christian Pulisic. So another couple of changes from Thomas Tuchel, and now frustration for Mason Mount. He just throws his arms up in the air as Dani Carvajal goes down. Mount came careering across. Carvajal has ended up on the floor, and Real Madrid have got the decision.
Was a foul. I would suggest that wasn't quite as much contact as Dani Carvajal made out, which was certainly what the Chelsea fans thought. But it's very interesting with Romelu Lukaku on now. Christian Pulisic scored some very big goals for Chelsea in the Champions League. Quiet by his standards, I think, this evening. And now they have that real presence up front, with Havertz and Mason Mount operating in and around Romelu Lukaku. It would just be football in the Champions League if Romelu Lukaku, after a tough time, suddenly sparks into life in a Chelsea shirt in the next 25 minutes.
Well, you certainly wouldn't rule it out, would you? I guess he was signed really for occasions such as this. So far restricted really to scoring goals in this calendar year in the FA Cup, and a bit part off the bench, but he has about 25 minutes or so to try and make a difference today, try and get Chelsea back into this ahead of next week's second leg. But it's Real Madrid on the ball with Karim Benzema, who works it wide for Dani Carvajal. Back for Benzema again, and now Luka Modric. Confident and composed in possession here are the visitors, the Spanish Liga leaders. Benzema again, another beautiful little ball in field, where the challenges are being launched thick and fast right now. Carvajal and then Modric in the thick of it. Casemiro just beat Loftus-Cheek to the ball, and it will break wide left for Ferland Mendy. He'll reach it ahead of Reece James, into the feet of Vinicius Jr. Heavy touch from him. Kai Havertz back trying to help out his defence though. This isn't really where Chelsea want him to be at this stage of the game, but right now it is where they need him to be. Doing enough to halt the progress of Ferland Mendy and ultimately win the free kick.
It's a really good game, isn't it, though? There were 6 or 7 full-blooded tackles there from players from both teams. Eventually it was a foul by Mendy on Havertz, who got back well actually to defend in his right back area. 2 fully committed sides with some brilliant technical footballers, and it's an absolutely key part of this tie, not just this match now. You sense that Chelsea are going to have a spell. Can they get the next goal?
Rudiger forward to Cesar Azpilicueta as they go in pursuit of it. This is Loftus-Cheek off the bench for the 6th time in the Champions League this season, having started just the once in this competition this year. Reece James now whips the cross in, right-footed towards Lukaku. First real involvement for the big summer signing, trying to get on the end of that ball in. Again, it was a menacing one delivered by the right boot of Reece James, and it was well defended by Real Madrid.
This time he's got a real target though, hasn't he? I know Kai Havertz has scored a header tonight, but Lukaku is positioned for that ball, I think, from Reece James, and he picked him out there. It was probably about as good a chance as Benzema's 2 headers. It was never troubling Thibaut Courtois.
It went well wide, and although Nacho didn't get anything on it, his presence was important in making it a more difficult opportunity for Lukaku. Midway point now, the second half. UEFA Champions League match day live. Chelsea 1, Real Madrid 3. Chelsea pressing for their second goal of the night to bring this tie back in the balance again. This is Antonio Rudiger. He thought about the shot from about 30 metres out. Saw him score from distance against Brentford at the weekend, but instead plays the pass. Cross delivered, left-footed from the left-hand side for Lukaku. Big chance in front of goal, and he's headed it wide of the far post. Just got the angle all wrong from about 6 metres out, and Lukaku sees that one a snake wide of the target. Bounced beyond Courtois, who was never getting it, but also beyond the frame of his goal after Azpilicueta's cross had deflected up invitingly for Lukaku in all sorts of space to set himself, but he's missed it, and that might come back to cost Chelsea.
Massive chance there. Let's go to Spain, where Villarreal are taking on Bayern at the moment. 1-0 after that goal in the 8th minute. from on out Danjuma, and that is the difference between the two sides. Although Bayern have just had a chance, John Bradley.
I'm not entirely sure that Julian Nagelsmann doesn't think this is a one-off cut time, because this is crazy now. It's so stretched, it's so open. We've had chances at both ends. An effort from Kingsley Coman, brilliantly deflected over the top by a Pau Torres header. But at the other end, Danjuma was in just a couple of minutes ago and completely fluffed his lines. And as the ball came out to Alfonso Pedraza, he couldn't quite turn the ball home. But Villarreal are coming again, and Bayern are so open in midfield. They've brought on Goretzka and moved Musiala a little forward, and they've brought on Leroy Sané as well. But this game is crazy. How it's still 1-0 is beyond belief.
Oh, big chance here a moment ago for Chelsea. Mason Mount, instinctive right-footed effort from just outside the penalty area, dipping but not quite quickly enough, ended up on the roof of Thibaut Courtois' net, with the goalkeeper at full stretch, a fraction away. Chelsea creating some big chances here.
They need to take one of them. That header from Lukaku was a golden opportunity.
They might get another one. Lukaku has won it well inside the Real Madrid half. Havertz taking over, shifts it infield. This is Ruben Loftus-Cheek, helps it onto his right. Reece James, right-footed shot is blocked away, but breaks invitingly for Ziyech. Delivers a deep left-footed cross towards the far post. Oh, it bounced at the feet of Havertz. He wasn't quite able to react this time and get his shot away. Benzema facing his own goal, though, coming under pressure. Rudiger's in there. Kovacic helps it on. Loftus-Cheek's going to have a go. Right-footed effort blocked by Casemiro this time, and then it fell back for Casemiro, who tried to pick the pass for Toni Kroos. Cut out by Ziyech. Real Madrid just can't keep hold of it right now, and Chelsea keep on coming. This is Havertz to Kovacic. Kovacic to Loftus-Cheek and back again as we go into the last 20 minutes of the 90 in the first leg of this quarter-final. Here's Kai Havertz again. Left-footed shot from just outside the penalty area. Callens away off Dani Carvajal. It was hit with plenty of purchase, and as a result of that, it balloons behind for the corner kick. This is the spell, Chris, you were talking about. Chelsea in charge now. Can they make it count?
And this is the type of football that Thomas Tuchel wants his team to play. It's that incessant pressure. Real Madrid must almost feel suffocated here, but can they weather this storm?
Ziyech to take. Does so left-footed, bit of pinball in the penalty area when the corner came in. And it's going to bounce behind, and Real Madrid survived the scare. Carvajal content to let it go. Came off Thiago Silva, I think. Nearly, but not quite for Chelsea. There's been a few of those moments recently.
Didn't know much about that. Havertz almost got in his way. Cesar Azpilicueta looked at both of them and as if to say that was a chance. Came through a lot of bodies. You need those moments to go your way, don't you? It could easily have sat up very kindly for someone in blue to smack it home.
Small margins that we were talking about again. There's Azpilicueta guiding it back to his goalkeeper, Edouard Mendy. Again, he's closed down, this time by Valverde. It's another nervy moment for Mendy because there wasn't a lot of room in which to work, and Chelsea are only able to partially clear it as far as Dani Carvajal. Now Luka Modric, held up by Azpilicueta, who was able to step in and deal with the danger. Well, Mendy, over the course of his 2 seasons at Chelsea, has been absolutely outstanding, hasn't he? For club and country, of course, after recent success with Senegal. But this is a very difficult night for him right now, and Real Madrid trying to add to the issues. Benzema flicking it through, looking for Carvajal. Just going to be chested back, though, coolly by Reece James for Mendy to gather up this time.
That was brilliant from James. There was just an air of angst growing around Stamford Bridge. He was running back to his own goalkeeper. Could have done something silly there, but he very nonchalantly headed it back to Mendy for just a calming moment for Chelsea, just when they needed it most.
For the most part, they have been on the attack at the other end, and they are again. Kovacic has been heavily involved in the heart of midfield since his half-time introduction against his former club. Azpilicueta helping it on, sporting that captain's armband for Chelsea. He has won the lot during his time with the Blues as the Spaniard, facing the Spanish league leaders here and trying to conjure up something for Chelsea. Kovacic goes cross-field from left to right, but too much on it. Runs away from Reece James. And Chelsea, in the context of this first leg, are just starting to run out of time a little bit now. I'm not going to say yet run out of ideas, but they're trying to force things. They're having to try and force things. This is an excellent defensive effort from Real Madrid to build on the brilliance of Benzema at the other end.
Yeah, and we have seen him in the Champions League defend very well. I know they lost the game in the last round, but for For 90 minutes they frustrated Paris Saint-Germain, and this here is well, just a nod, I think. One of the best all-time midfields European football has ever seen, Modric, Casemiro and Kroos, but now after 74 minutes one of them does go off. It's Kroos, and the younger, fresher legs, if you like, of Eduardo Camavinga comes on. It's a very nice change for Carlo Ancelotti, I would suggest, to be able to make right now, given the way that Chelsea are playing in this little period.
Yeah, certainly the energy and ability that he will be able to bring at this stage of the game will make a difference. Too early to talk about a changing of the guard yet, but it's a nod to what might be in the future, with Camavinga coming on for Kroos. Referee just stepping in here because there's been some words exchanged between Hakim Ziyech and Vinicius Junior, who currently now has his back to the Moroccan international with play back underway, and Real Madrid forced to try and hurry their clearance from inside their own penalty area initially. Carvalho, who got his head to it to help it further away from danger, was then clattered. And cuts a very animated figure, beating the pitch whilst laying flat on the floor right now, as Azpilicueta goes across to have a word with him. I mean, he was clearly caught, and significantly so, but this might just be Real Madrid trying to slow things down a little bit now, take the sting out of the situation.
Yeah, and you work hard to give yourself that opportunity. You know, Chelsea would do exactly the same if they were 3-1 up in this game. He worked really hard to get there first ahead of Azpilicueta, and he knew he was going to take a bang if he did, and it just checks the Chelsea momentum now. Carvalho will be fine. I've no doubt that he's got a very sore right leg, but no treatment, therefore he doesn't have to go off, and Thibaut Courtois can just frustrate Chelsea that little bit more. 15 minutes left. How big is this 15 minutes? If Chelsea, after all they've faced this evening, go to Madrid just one goal down, they'll definitely still fancy themselves to go through.
I think they'd take that at this stage now, wouldn't they? Getting another one back, and they will have to have that belief that they can do so in this closing quarter of an hour. Big chances created, Mount coming so close. Lukaku will certainly feel that he should have scored, and it really might come down to that. Benzema making the difference with more difficult headed chances, and Lukaku putting that one wide. But so many other moments to reflect on as well. Vinicius Junior off the bar at 0-0. Benzema with the chance to complete the hat-trick before he did at the end of the first half. And then Edouard Mendy playing his part in Benzema doing so right at the start of the second half. No further addition, actually, to the scoreline since then, which, given the way the game has gone and the match that it's been, is perhaps the only surprise thus far. But it has stayed 3-1 since that point.
That save from Courtois against Azpilicueta looks like another big moment, doesn't it, right now?
It runs away here from Chelsea, enabling Valverde to intervene, facing his own goal, midway inside his own half of the field. Ferland Mendy takes over and then cuts infield away from Lukaku. Little touch for Nacho. This is Dani Carvajal. Shimmies away from Mason Mount, and again goes crossfield. Real Madrid just trying to hold on to the ball a little more significantly now, a bit more sustained possession, trying to impose the authority afforded by the scoreline, which hasn't always been something that they've been able to do in this second half, such has been the intensity of the Chelsea pressure. The dramatic requirement, really, for them to get themselves back in the game, and because of that, they might have left themselves short here. Nacho volleying forward down the right-hand side. It wasn't the best of balls in, just behind the intended target, Valverde. Benzema was lurking with intent as well. Valverde snapping at the heels of the Chelsea players to try and win it back, but is ultimately unable to do so. And now it's Real Madrid that need to reorganise defensively, because it's the home side who come forward. Kai Havertz taking the ball from Kovacic, returning it infield to the Croatian. Azpilicueta again on the corner of the penalty area. Kovacic infield. This is Ruben Loftus-Cheek. To his right is Ziyech. Ziyech to Kovacic. Real Madrid have got everybody back now in white behind the ball, but may well require them. Kovacic. Ziyech lays it off for Havertz. Corner of the box. Left-hand side. Azpilicueta in support. Back to Kai Havertz. Can Chelsea make this pressure pay? Can they find a way through? They're desperately searching for an opening here. That little bit of space, looking to create a slip maybe in the Real Madrid defence. Havertz able to turn. He's away from Camavinga and did get his shot away. Left-footed effort. It's a comfortable save at the end of it for Courtois, who will breathe a sigh of relief that he wasn't extended rather more here by Kai Havertz, who just did engineer a side of goal for himself, even though he had a lot of defenders still surrounding him when he got that shot away.
Quite a lot of the goal to aim for, though, didn't he, Kai Havertz? And might just be disappointed that he didn't force Courtois into a better save. But Real Madrid now, you can see, they are just happy to sit in, try and play on a bit of these Chelsea nerves, who know they really need to score in the next 11 minutes of football.
Loftus-Cheek under pressure on the edge of his own penalty area. Chelsea have never lost to Real Madrid in their history before. This is a sixth meeting down the years. Thomas Tuchel has never lost to Spanish opposition before his coaching career.
Sorry, Phil, I saw a great quote in Marca, which I thought was a good analogy. Chelsea are a stone in the shoe of Real Madrid, which I think goes to show just how annoying they have been to Real Madrid over the years. But tonight, Karim Benzema has almost single-handedly decided that it's enough of that.
Yeah, last season's semi-final, of course, the UEFA Super Cup in '98, the Cup Winners' Cup final, which went to a replay in 1971. Chelsea coming out on the right side of all of those, but trailing here at home going into the last 10 minutes, going in pursuit of something, though. Mason Mount checks back infield, got his shot away, right-footed, blocked by Carvajal as soon, really, as that had left the boot of Mason Mount, and it's cleared for the throw, which Chelsea will look to take quickly, looking to keep the pressure on, keep the intensity high, as Azpilicueta does so with the throw for Kovacic. Loftus-Cheek will return it here to Mateo Kovacic. The Chelsea substitutes combined. Now Thiago Silva joining in with the attack. Gets the ball back from Ziyech, who had his back to goal. He was looking for Lukaku. Just missed by Lukaku, though the ball wasn't precise enough for him. Courtois has it. And Chelsea got about 10 minutes of the 90-plus added time if they're to find a way back into this. Chelsea 1, Real Madrid 3. 10
minutes to go at Villarreal, who are making changes against Bayern, John Bradley.
They are, and this mad old game continues. Bayern continue to push, but Geronimo Rulli in the Villarreal goal has only had to make one real save. We've just had a shout for a penalty when Goretzka went down, when he was clear inside the penalty area, but it was more of a stumble than anything else. Crosses flashed across goal. Raul Albiol and Pau Torres at the heart of the Villarreal defence have been excellent. 2 players down with cramp at the moment. They still look a threat going the other way. Niklas Süle has come on as a right back as well for Bayern in this game, but it's still 1-0. Should be a great last 10.
Certainly should. Get your thoughts in as well using the hashtag MatchDayLive on Twitter. Let us know where you're listening from, and let us know your thoughts on all the action for our post-match review, which is coming up after the full-time whistle. Don't really want it to stop there at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea 1, Real Madrid 3. Chris Parrott and Phil Blackie, your commentary team.
Great stuff here all the way through, and continues to be so into these closing stages. I think we're actually going to see Gareth Bale as well, which will be a rare sighting in this competition of him for Real Madrid this season. Just one previous appearance off the bench. In the meantime, it's with Vinicius Junior towards Karim Benzema. Couldn't quite locate the Frenchman, though, and Chelsea clear. A chase on for Ziyech at the other end. Further placement for the injured Eder Militao. Goes long, anywhere will do really with that type of clearance for Real Madrid, and Mendy comes outside of his penalty area to collect possession. The Blues will build again. Rudiger to Kovacic. A bit of room to advance into, because Real Madrid are now sitting deep in trying to hold on to what they have. They'll be absolutely delighted if this scoreline stays as it is going back to the Bernabeu in 6 days' time. Kovacic with the pass infield for Thiago Silva. Reece James is to his right. Down the line he goes to Ziyech. Vinicius Junior back doing his defensive duties as well. There has been a real desire to do that type of work right the way through the Real Madrid team tonight, and it's been required, certainly. Kovacic infield, Loftus-Cheek seen plenty of it since he came on. Reece James gets the shot. Courtois can't hold it, saving down to his right. Didn't quite fall at the feet of Romelu Lukaku, who was hoping to try and pick up the pieces in front of goal, and in the end Courtois is able to gather up the loose ball, but he was certainly called into action. Vicious, swerving right-footed strike by James. Courtois equal to it, but such was the power with which the shot was hit that the goalkeeper couldn't hold it. He needed a little bit of luck in terms of where the ball bounced.
Could easily have popped straight up for Lukaku for 3-2.
With 83.5 minutes played of this first leg, Reece James, who has a impressive goal-scoring record this season, 5 in the Premier League from just 18 appearances from that wing-back role. Close to scoring his second of the Champions League season, but not close enough for Chelsea. And Real Madrid have the ball back with Valverde down their right-hand side. Mason Mount and Ruben Loftus-Cheek surround him, converge upon him and win the ball back for the Blues. The Real Madrid player has stayed down Valverde there, but Chelsea are permitted to play on, certainly as they do with Azpilicueta. And now the referee steps in and blows the whistle, to the frustration of the home crowd, who are concerned about the condition of Federico Valverde. So he has intervened to afford him the opportunity to receive some treatment here.
And it's a chance to cross to Spain.
Trying to get forward, but they're just breaking down on the edge of the penalty area, sometimes overcomplicating things. It's been going wide to Coman, he's getting the ball away out from his feet and then checking inside. It's going back to Kimmich and the move is breaking down, and at the moment Villarreal just seem to have the measure of them. We've had a long-range shot from Leroy Sané which was comfortably saved by Rulli, and they're just struggling to get out at the moment, Bayern. There's 6 minutes to go in the game. Certainly Villarreal have just stopped to look as much of a threat as they have earlier in the game, but they've created chances all night. You wouldn't put it past them to get another, but my oh my, if they were to get a second goal, that will give.
Away from home to Salzburg, well, they were losing, I should say, 1-0, 21st minute, conceding to Adamu, and then they got their equaliser in the 90th minute. Can they repeat the trick at Villarreal tonight? 1-0 down. Still Chelsea 1, Real Madrid 3, and the away end is on its feet for Karim Benzema, Phil. Because
the match winner is making way for the last 5 minutes here. A hat-trick tonight, having put Real Madrid in command of this quarter-final. Benzema replaced for the concluding minutes of it by Gareth Bale, who is on for just his second appearance of this season's Champions League, and Dani Ceballos is on for his first appearance of this season's Champions League. He has taken the place of Federico Valverde, the player who had a couple of seasons on loan in London with Arsenal, has been on the outside looking in really at the Bernabeu since his return this season. 6 league appearances for him. He is on fresh legs in midfield for the concluding 4 minutes of the 90-plus added time, as Mason Mount goes down and wins the free kick against Dani Carvajal, just in from the touchline. Crucial minutes these, as the clock ticks down.
Chance for Rudiger and Thiago Silva to go forward now. Lukaku as well. Going to be a real test for Thibaut Courtois and co. Can they get the delivery right? Or can they take one of their chances? They've had them since that error from Mendy right at the beginning of this second period.
They have, and they hope there will be another to come from the set piece here. Very congested penalty area awaiting this delivery from Maurice James. He's had time to size up his options, standing over it. Delivers now with the right-footed in-swinger, but away from all those who gathered round about the penalty spot in the box, and comfortably into the gloves, as it turned out, of Thibaut Courtois, who won't be in a great hurry to release the ball, although the referee has had to step in here just to simmer things down. An exchange of views, and maybe a bit more than that, in the penalty area after the ball had come in and after Courtois had comfortably claimed it.
Polite way there of describing that, Phil. I like that. Exchange of views. Actually, Rudiger.
It's Rudiger and Nacho, isn't it?
Nacho.
Who came together, and Nacho, who ended up on the floor, then had a bit to say to Antonio Rudiger.
He had his mates Alaba and Casemiro with him, so I think he thought, I'll have a chat with Romelu Lukaku here. But again, it just checks any Chelsea momentum. So far, Real Madrid are seeing this out.
We have to go to Spain because Villarreal have had an unbelievable chance, John.
Oh, what a counter-attack. Etienne Capoue winning the ball on the edge of his own box, releasing Lo Celso, who twisted and turned Upamecano inside out, rolled it in for Alfonso Pedraza, 12 metres out left of the for 2-0 with 2.5 minutes to go.
Into the last couple of the 90 at Stamford Bridge as well. Chelsea 1, Real Madrid 3. Chelsea still going in pursuit of the goal that would change the dynamic heading into next week's return on Tuesday in the Spanish capital. Antonio Rudiger has it for them here, switching it wide left for Cesar Azpilicueta. Mason Mount infield, Modric with him, but Mount still has it. The ball is behind Azpilicueta though, and it rolls frustratingly out of play for Chelsea, and they haven't quite been able maybe to sustain the momentum, the intensity of the pressure into the last few minutes of the match as they've needed to do. Real Madrid have to take real credit for that, don't they? This has been an excellent defensive display. The longer the game has gone on, really, the more comfortable with their role that they've become.
Yeah, we've seen both sides of how they can play this season in the opening 89 minutes.
Rudiger getting just enough on the ball back to Mendy. Real Madrid have already seen what can happen when Mendy is closed down in those positions. Danny Ceballos, who's just come on, was trying to do so on that occasion, but Mendy having none of it. Now Ziyech down the right for Chelsea. It's a strong run, but he's crowded out of it on the edge of the penalty area. First by Mendy and then by David Alaba, who is able to clear, but only as far as Ruben Loftus-Cheek. Now Reece James, last minute of the 90, in towards Lukaku, couldn't quite reach it. It's cleared away before it found Mason Mount on the edge of the penalty area, but Chelsea will come again. Loftus-Cheek and Rudiger once more combining in the central part of the pitch, inside the Real Madrid half. Kovacic wide for Azpilicueta and back again. Kovacic infield, closely marshalled by his Croatian compatriot Luka Modric. Then Rudiger with the ball in, looking once more for Romelu Lukaku, but it had just a bit too much height on it. Cleared the head off Lukaku, bounced behind, and Casemiro celebrates that one. The evaporation of another Chelsea chance as if it were a goal, really. Yeah. But he won't be too pleased by the 5 added minutes that has just been indicated. This is not finished yet.
I'm quite happy with 5 minutes. We could have 15 minutes the way this game has been played. Real Madrid supporters growing ever louder and ever more confident in the shed end, the half of the shed end that they occupy, and the rest of Stamford Bridge is just hoping that somehow Chelsea can score a goal in the next 4.5 minutes now.
Rapidly running out of time, and now it might be extended a little bit further, because that was a nasty coming together in the middle part of the pitch. It's Kai Havertz and Nacho who have both been left flat out on the floor actually after that collision. Havertz is quickly back to his feet, Nacho rather less so. Some treatment is going to be required here, so another little stoppage in stoppage time, Rob.
And we're into the first of 4 additional minutes at Spain. John Bradley.
Oh, it's a wild old game, this one. Another header by Raul Albiol away. He and Pau Torres have been quite fantastic at the heart of the Villarreal defence. So much has been thrown across that they have dealt with. I don't think we've ever seen Robert Lewandowski less in a UEFA Champions League match. We've played 30 seconds of the 4 additional minutes. And out on the left-hand side, they have the ball with Kimmich, who plays the ball inside to the centre circle, and they're looking downfield again. They've got 6 players forward here of Bayern as they start to drive forward up to the edge of the penalty area. The cross left-footed over Musiala, Coman, and it's straight into the arms of Geronimo Rulli. Every shot that's been at him has been straight at him, and again Villarreal very nearly carved open, but they survived this time.
Okay, so Villarreal headed for the win with the yellow flags waving around the stadium in Villarreal. Into the second minute, 5 additional minutes at Stamford Bridge, and Chelsea have it, Phil.
Pattern has long since been established, hasn't it, in that respect, but Chelsea been kept at bay in this second half so far. They've not been able to add to the Kai Havertz goal just before the break. Can they do so here with Reece James, who has been one of many to force a save from Thibaut Courtois in this second half. Thiago Silva will deliver the ball into the penalty area. Mason Mount, his target, out only as far as Kovacic. Lukaku tries to bring it down, and then Ziyech to spin and strike it. Flashy the cross goal, and just wide, only just wide, but it's not close enough for Chelsea. Instinctive effort really here from Ziyech as the substitutes combine. Lukaku teed that up into his path. He only had one thought on his mind, Hakim Ziyech, and he wasn't far away at all from finding that far top corner. The ball just lifted over the bar really at the last moment.
Very close, wasn't it? Just seen a replay. He struck it as well as he would have hoped, and we know all about his left foot. I don't think Courtois was keeping that one out had it been underneath the crossbar. Was that Chelsea's chance to head to the Bernabeu with a little more hope than they will do so at the moment? 3-1 down.
Another Chelsea chance, of which there have been plenty in this second half, but they haven't capitalised. And the champions' grip on the trophy looks a pretty tenuous one just at the moment, as Courtois goes long for Real Madrid. Azpilicueta wins it in the air. Mason Mount battling for the bouncing ball against Luka Modric. Ceballos was in there as well. Loftus-Cheek steps in, and it breaks for Edouard Mendy to gather up inside his own penalty area and release Thiago Silva to his right pretty quickly. 3.5 minutes of the 5 added on have been played. There was a lengthy stoppage during that period, so there might be a bit more time yet for Chelsea here, so they look to give themselves something to work with in Spain on Tuesday. Both of these sides back in action, of course, before then at the weekend, but it will be hard to see the focus stray too much from the conclusion of this contest. This is Hakim Ziyech for Chelsea, whips the cross in, a dangerous one, right-footed from the right-hand side. Ceballos back inside his own box. Ferland Mendy, coolly done, brings it down. Must have been tempted just to launch the clearance anywhere, but has kept possession for his side, although Modric here has turned into traffic. He is helped out by Camavinga on that far side. Hasn't gone out of play. Touch for Carvajal, drifting in from the right to win it well for Real Madrid, and did even better there in the centre circle to hold on to it, and then clips the pass out to his left-hand side for Vinicius Junior. Skips away from Loftus-Cheek, but not from Kovacic, who went careering across. Won the ball well, but now with Ziyech attempting to join in as well. The free kick has gone Real Madrid's way. The 5 added minutes are almost up, and Real Madrid almost have their 2-goal lead to take back to the Bernabeu. It's almost secured now. They won't be in any hurry here.
Benzema's playing coach now on the bench. He stood up. Just in those moments there, Phil, you just realise just how good these footballers are. You mentioned from Mendy, but 3 or 4 times Carvajal just make the right decisions at the right time and see the game out.
The 5 added minutes are up. And boos around at Stamford Bridge here because time is almost up. It's not the full-time whistle. We are playing on at the referee's discretion, but Chelsea just can't get hold of it. They can't mount these last couple of attacks that they needed to do. But Real Madrid, of course, if you find yourself in this situation, you would do exactly as they are doing here. They've earned the right. They put themselves in this position, and they will have a healthy lead to take back to Madrid. This is exactly the way that they hoped the game would conclude. On we go with Dani Carvajal's throw for Luka Modric. Might get even better yet for them, but there's understandably perhaps nobody attacking it in the penalty area, so Mendy able to gather up the cross, and that is the full-time whistle. And the champions are in real trouble in the quarter-final because Real Madrid in charge thanks to a brilliant hat-trick from Karim Benzema to ensure they have a healthy lead back at the Bernabeu next week. Benzema 2 wonderful headers in the first half. Havertz restored hope for Chelsea before the break, but Edouard Mendy was culpable in the concession of the goal right at the start of the second half that completed Benzema's treble and has the 13 times champions in charge. Full time in the first leg. Chelsea 1, Real Madrid 3.
Thanks, Phil.